joining this session on sustainability performance assessment. That's the second session of a series of four or five maybe. And we're going to start with a slight change of order in the presentations. So we're going to start with Alfonso Annunziata presenting Climate Action Handbook, supporting decision-making for regional adaptation strategies in the Basilicata region. The floor is yours, and you have around 15 minutes so that we can have some minutes for discussion.
Thank you very much. Okay. So the title of this work, of this article, is Climate Action Handbook Supporting Decision-Making for Regional Adaptation Strategies in Basilicata. This study is part of a broader research on geodesign on climate urban neutrality, and the focus in particular of this study was the development of the knowledge base for the development of regional adaptation strategies in the context of the Basilicata region in Italy, and more precisely the objective of this study was the development of a taxonomy, so of a list of actions relevant to the specific context of the Basilicata region, actions aimed at adapting to and mitigating climate change. And also another relevant output of this study was the creation, the construction of a categorization system relevant to enabling the evaluation, comparison, preliminary assessment of relevant options of adaptation and mitigation. This effort is part of initiative aimed at promoting collaborative and participatory processes within the context of the development of regional adaptation plans, in particular by providing the participants, the stakeholders involved in this process with the information, with the understanding of the issue, of the opportunity, of the solutions, and of the constraints of the actions proposed. So the definition of these, the list of action is organized on 4 steps. Is based on an extensive literature review, mainly of the assessment report by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, in particular the assessment report 5 and 6, the Italian and national relevant adaptation strategies and adaptation plans, and scientific articles. These literature represent the source of the information required to develop the handbook and the taxonomy of adaptation and mitigation options. The second step, after the definition of the reference of the literature, is the definition of the domain involved in the process of the adaptation to climate change. The domains are those individuated and identified by the international geodesign collaboration, and the definition of a system of criteria, of 16 criteria and sub-criteria for the description, comparison, and preliminary assessment of the proposed options, and the selection, of course, of the relevant options based on criteria of relevance, of adequacy, and of feasibility. The domains considered are energy, water, agriculture, forest, ocean, transportation, industry, and urban areas or settlements. The proposed 16 criteria are grouped into 4 dimensions. So descriptive criteria aimed at informing the participants, the stakeholder, on the denomination, the description, so the content of the proposed option. General criteria that describe the approach embodied in the proposed option, the purpose. The macro category, that is mainly the aspect, the component of the social, institutional, and economic system involved in the implementation of the action. The category which defines the approach, the strategy embodied in the action. For instance, we have nature-based solution, we have technological options that can be included in our list. Then functional criteria that describe how this proposed option actually operate to reduce, to mitigate, for instance, climate change or to mitigate climate change related risks. So, for instance, which drivers of climate alterations are targeted by the proposed actions, which impacts of climate change are addressed by the proposed solution, the expected benefit both in terms of mitigation and adaptation, and the performance and the investment indicators and which are useful in particular in the process of during the planning process to evaluate, to compare the action, and also to model the outcome, the result deriving from the implementation of the proposed options. And lastly, the operational criteria refer to the time frame, to the scale of implementation, the level of governance involved in the implementation of the selected options, and also the potential for maladaptation, and also the form of investment required for the implementation of the option, the action. In particular, the action proposed can require investment cost, maintenance cost, or a form of compensation, for instance, for distinct actions related to the agricultural domain, or also investment related or constrained by the life cycle of the proposed technological option or equipment. So, for instance, starting from the agricultural domain, we can see that the actions we propose of 8 actions, which include both land use management, land use conversion actions, and also modification of agricultural practices. For instance, leaving crop residues on the soil surface, an option that present a very low cost of implementation, and which is aimed at modifying the production practices in order to, in particular, increase the capability of the cropland to mitigate the climate change through carbon sequestration, for instance. As far as the forest domain is concerned, for instance, our action focus on the sustainable management of forest and on nature-based solution aimed at the restoration of riparian buffers. The industry sector was the object of a thorough and comprehensive analysis in order to identify the industrial sectors, which are the major contributors to climate change, which are the major responsible of greenhouse gases emissions. And in particular, we have identified the steel industry, the plastic industry, and the concrete industry as the main source of greenhouse gases emission. And so we have proposed a list of 14 options and at modifying, for instance, the input material used during the production process, or also at modifying the production process itself in order to reduce greenhouse gases emissions, and also technological options aimed like the carbon capture, storage, and utilization aimed at increase the carbon sequestration, the residual carbon sequestration at the end of the production process. We have also 4 actions for the ocean domain, in particular adaptation options aimed at mitigating the risk of salinity alteration, acidification, and sea level rise. In particular, these options are mainly focused on the sustainable forms of management and planning of coastal areas. The water domain also includes 7 measures focused on management options, for instance, water restrictions and water rationing, protection and restoration of wetlands, and water use, improved design of dikes and leaves. So measure aimed at regulating the use of water consumption in order to prevent, in particular, water scarcity, which is identified as relevant hazard in our context. The energy sector as well is one of the main contributors to greenhouse gases emissions. So the proposed options are mainly focused on the utilization of renewable energy sources, but also in particular in the reuse of waste for energy production and in the integration of energy production and crop production, which could be a relevant strategy in the context of the Basilicata region, given the importance, the relevance of the agricultural landscape, and so the possibility to preserve and to maintain agricultural land, productive agricultural land, while integrating the agricultural function with the production of energy. Lastly, the transportation sector, which as well is targeted by six mitigation action aimed at reducing emissions from, in particular, the private motorized transport. So we can see that the most relevant options are car sharing systems, bike sharing systems, and in particular optimization of transport logistics, which can represent a significant contribution in terms of climate change mitigation. And lastly, the urban domain, where the proposed action are aimed at addressing emissions from the building sector, so in particular the use of low carbon materials, as we can see in action 8, the upgrade of existing buildings as energy plus buildings, the practices and actions aimed at avoiding, minimizing, and recycling waste, but in particular relevant actions comprise the reinforcement of the urban green infrastructure, so natural solutions aimed at preserving, restoring natural and semi-natural areas in the urban context, or exploiting ecological process in order to produce environmental, social, and economic benefits, and in particular strategies aimed at improve, promote mixed land use in order, in particular, to reduce car dependency and promoting, for instance, active travel. So, for instance, the transit-oriented development model or the 15-minute city paradigm can be implemented in urban areas in order to promote quality of life, promote active travel, reduce car dependency, and as a consequence, contribute to reducing emissions, improving air quality, and improving quality of life. As In conclusion, we can see also an excerpt from the handbook, which represented the final output of this preliminary stage of this study. As I said before, this is mainly aimed at providing stakeholders with required information for effectively contributing to participatory planning processes. And we can see in particular several general and descriptive criteria utilized. The macro category, that is the social or institutional component dimension involved in the implementation of the option, the category, which refers mainly to the approach embodied in the action, the principal type of action, and the drivers of climate alteration and the impacts of climate change, which are targeted and addressed by the options. So, in conclusion, The main impact, the relevance of this study relied on the development of a handbook for climate action planning, in particular an handbook conceived as an open, replicable, understandable tool for the evaluation, comparison, and the specialization of actions, in particular a tool aimed at promoting civic engagement, participation, and that can represent the required knowledge base for the implementation of geodesign workshops um, in order to support decision-making processes within the context of developing regional adaptation strategies. Um, so, thank you for your attention.
Perfectly aligned. Ask anybody questions for the presenters?
Well, more than a question is, I'm just curious to know. So first of all, thanks for your presentation. It's very clear and interesting. I was wondering, since basically you managed to put together a series of actions which somehow are, some of them they are kind of tangible, some others are a bit more of the management aspects. But to which extent do you think, or did you try already to specialize with action?
This will be the object of the following presentations. But yes, we have already tried to build also an impact model, which is the object of the following presentation, to evaluate, to model the output, the outcomes resulting from the implementation of these actions in the context of the Basilicata region. As I said before, these actions are selected based on criteria of relevance, so actions relevant to the specific climate change related hazards in the Basilicata region, criteria of feasibility. So we have emphasized options that can be easily implemented in the regional context of the Basilicata region, for instance, also taking into account technical feasibility, but also social and institutional capacity and social and cultural acceptance of these options. And lastly, the adequacy, so the capacity of these actions to produce benefits in terms of adaptation and mitigation.
No, no, so did you also consider some economic?
And the economic aspect, absolutely. But among the criteria, yes, the economic aspect is the foundation of the impact model, and also among the considered criteria, the investment and the cost parameters were among the most relevant criteria for the comparison and assessment of the proposed options. Of course, we have developed this handbook in order to guide, to orient the stakeholders into the selection of the actions that present the best cost-benefit balance. So we have the factors that describe the mitigation potential of each actions in terms, for instance, of metric tons of carbon dioxide sequestered per unit of land per year, and the investment of the implementation cost always per unit of land and per year. So this way we allow for the comparison of the proposed option, and so for the refinement of the option selection during the participatory process. Thank you.
I also have a question is how it overlaps, because I was wondering that how you built from this kind of catalog of actions which were selected based on the criteria, so that in a way pre-filtered based on Basilicata content, but what the criteria then would be for allocating these actions in places, and also for kind of tailoring them to the local specific context. For instance, there were actions which concerned the agricultural domain, like converting crops into grassland, and I was like, what? How would the farming sector react to that? Because it would probably entail some kind of economic loss, so you have maybe to find
Yes.
compensation schemes from
Absolutely.
the European Union.
Absolutely.
So my question then would be, are you sure that the participatory process is enough, or do you also need maybe to present your stakeholders with kind
Less
of
suitability
how to
analysis.
select? Yeah.
Lens suitability analysis are another important component of this kind of process. In fact, the contribution of the expert point of view, formalized in terms of spatial analysis and at identifying the most suitable locations as part of the design process that we are developing, and which is aimed at supporting decision making and the development of regional adaptation strategies. But absolutely, the specialization of these policies, of these actions, through also the spatial analysis, the land suitability analysis is an important, essential component of this line of research. Absolutely, in order to identify which, for instance, in this case, in this example, which agricultural land can be suitable for this kind of conversion from cropland to grassland. So maybe based on morphological characteristics, but also on socioeconomical factors. For instance, maybe less productive areas, or areas where we that present shrinking in the crop production in the agricultural landscape, for instance, can be suitable for this kind of option.
So this kind of a balance between the expert view
Yes, absolutely.
and stakeholder participation.
Yeah, exactly. So, with the conversation, it's also about understanding how much we need to transform to how to reach some target, I guess.
The next.
The next presentation.
I think it's pretty serious.
So the second presentation. So I guess we are eager to learn more about the second presentation, which is still done by Alfonso, and it's about the development of an impact model by climate adaptation strategy design, the case study of the Basilicata region in Italy. Are you okay?
Okay. So it's always me. No presentation needed. So this is the second part of this process of this research. So after the identification of the relevant actions for the Basilicata region, the second step was the development of this impact model, which is conceived as a tool, an interactive tool aimed at enabling the visualization of the outcomes deriving from the implementation of the actions identified in the first part, identified through the input and through the preliminary stages of the participatory process, and after also the lens suitability analysis, which allows to identify the domain components, so the components of the landscape of our area of interest, which are suitable for the implementation of the proposed actions. So the focus of the impact model is to develop an easy, understandable tool which can allow the stakeholders to visualize the results deriving from the implementation of the selected actions, and that also support decision making by emphasizing also the outcomes, the results of the different hypotheses, of the different scenarios developed during the participatory process. The aim is to support decision making and to align decision making processes with the criteria of optimization of limited financial resources allocation, and with a criteria of maximization of benefits, of adaptation benefits and mitigation benefits. So we can see that the impact model is based on 4 dimensions. The budget dimension is the first section of the impact model. The input data for this section are the existing funding programs resulting, for instance, from development and cohesion policies. and the individuation for each program and for each line of action of the budget, so the available financial resources. The interactive interface allows for the allocation of the budget uh, destined to each line of action among the 8 domains identified in the first stage. So water, ocean, urban, agricultural, etc. So this is the first step. I know I have this budget availability, and I decide how to split, how to allocate this budget among the 8 domains. The second section, maybe the most important, the core of the geodesign workshop developed at the University of Basilicata in December, but at the core of this participatory process is the scenario building, where different hypotheses of budget allocation among the actions proposed for each specific domains are developed by the stakeholders. So different scenarios, different hypotheses of financial allocations over 4 funding cycles in order to consider a time period ranging from 2025 until 2050. Then, once the output of this second stage is the definition of the budget for each action and for each domain, the parameter section, which operates behind the curtain, I can say so, uses the budget allocated to each action as an input, but also the mitigation potential of each action, the type of investment, and the cost factor of each action in order to simulate and to compute the extent of the domain component. For instance, how much square kilometers of agricultural lands can be targeted by that action given that cost factor and given that budget, that investment. Okay, so how many square kilometers of agricultural land, of suitable agricultural land, can be targeted by that action, and based on the mitigation factor, which is the outcome in terms of mitigation, in terms of avoided emissions, in terms of carbon sequestration, resulting from the implementation of this action. And these outcomes, the results, are computed for each funding cycle, so for each period of 7 years, and for the entire period considered. In fact, the results section returns the cumulative expenditure for each domain, the cumulative impact in terms of extent of domain component targeted by the action over the period considered, so at year 2050, and the cumulative mitigation outcome, always in terms of potential of mitigation in terms of tons of carbon dioxide per year, of avoided emissions or of carbon capture. And then the final result is the deviation from the baseline scenario. So given the quantity of greenhouse gases emitted in 2022 by the Basilicata region, to which extent the implementation of the proposed options under the scenario built in the second stage can contribute to mitigating the impact on climate change of human activities and in the Basilicata region. So this is the output. This is an iterative process. It means that the stakeholder can see and visualize the result of the implementation of their decision, of their hypothesis. So they decided to allocate a specific amount of fundings to a specific action. They can visualize the impact, the effect of that action in terms of mitigation, and then they can decide to modify their previous decision. So this model is this impact model is built in order to facilitate this kind of iterative process, in order to refine the decision with the aim to optimize the allocation of limited financial resources, because our input data is the budget actually available and resulting from development cohesion. We can see more in detail how this works. For instance, we see the budget section. So here we see the regional operating programs and the rural fund considered as relevant source of financial resources for the implementation of adaptation and mitigation options. We can see the available funds resulting from these policies, from these strategies. We can see in this box, which is the interactive interface of this section, the budget allocated to each priority, to each line of action. Here we can see how this budget is allocated, is distributed among the 8 domains. So this is the first moment of the process. Then we can see the summary of this first section. So the percentage of the available resources allocated to each domain. And here we can see that the second part, the scenario modeling, where we can see that we have defined the budget of the domain in the previous step. And here we can see how, based also on the cost factor and the mitigation potential of each action, this budget is allocated over the 4 cycles among the action. So for instance, here we can see that conversion of arable land to grassland is considered as a marginal option and totaling only 4% of the available budget. And you can see also in the second section, in the scenario modeling section, also the results in terms of proportion relevant domain component targeted by the implementation of the actions within the first funding cycle. And we can see also the benefit at the end of the cycle in terms of carbon sequestration per year. And this interface is useful because it provides the stakeholders with the information required to eventually modify their first hypothesis of budget allocation. And then we can see in the results section the cumulative mitigation outcome resulting from each domain and resulting from the implementation of the action over the 4 funding cycles per each domain. And we can see the baseline scenario and the new scenario resulting from the implementation of the proposed actions. So, and lastly, these pie charts and these diagrams that allow also for the understandable, easy visualization of the contribution of each domain to the mitigation output of the adopted strategies. So, in conclusion, the development of this impact model is useful to support the formulation of strategy for climate adaptation, in particular because it provides the stakeholders involved during the process with the information required to understand the options proposed, but also through the computation of the effects of the implementation of the actions. It allows also for the informed decision in terms of selection of the actions and in terms of budget allocation. So aligning this process with the criteria of optimizing the allocation of financial resources and maximizing benefits in terms of mitigation and adaptation. This tool is instrumental to facilitate, to foster participation, to foster civic engagement, and as a consequence, it is conceived and it is proposed as a relevant contribution to the process of development of regional adaptation and mitigation strategies. Thank you again for your attention.
I was happy with the question, with the reply to all the questions.
But yes, but then I have four more questions.
Amazing.
At least. So is gonna be a third episode or?
Yes,
Okay.
but we have decided to swap the presenters in order to not bother the audience.
No, actually, it's the other way around. I'm really enjoying it. Can I? Yes. No, I was, of course, I mean, it's getting more and more interesting, and I was wondering, how did you actually integrate also temporality in your process? Because when you, let's say, start from the budget perspective and also allocation over time frame, so we are talking about a time span of
7 years.
7 years.
Yes, for funding
Per
cycles
cycle.
of
Per
7
cycle,
years.
because how many
Yes,
cycles did you consider?
4 cycles.
Which means 30 years,
Yeah.
more or less, right?
Yes.
Did you take also into account, for instance, climate projections in terms of how, for instance, climate can change or impact over time?
This
And of course,
is
also, also urbanization processes. But
urbanization processes as well. This is a very interesting point. In fact, it could be absolutely taken into consideration for the further development of this scenario, of this impact model. Sorry. Yes, it's a relevant question also to understand the climate projections. But for the purpose of this impact model, we were mainly concerned with the definition of both of our system for enabling the visualization of the effects of actions, options, etc. But we were also concerned with the formalization of a list of suitable of relevant actions for our context, and with the formalization also in terms of identification of the cost of these actions and the mitigation potential. Of course, there are a lot of hypotheses at the foundation of this impact model. For instance, one of the hypotheses is that the budget, the total budget, the cumulative budget is the same for each funding cycle, which is, of course, an hypothesis. We don't know if this kind of financial resources is designed to increase, is projected to increase or to decrease.
but this is clear. That's why I think, again, like of course, I insist on temporalities because it becomes more important, even more important to understand how climate change can shift, for instance, or organization can impact differently in the long term to fully, let's say, leverage on on your proposal, because then it becomes stronger in terms of opportunistic approach, right? So how do we allocate
Yes,
money,
yes,
scarce amount of money, especially in those regions,
yes,
in a way that actually first can, let's say, you can deal with different conditions over time. Secondly, and I think that's also another kind of question I have, can contribute to build capacity there. Because of course, the first time, of course, you need capacity, like social capacity, economic capacity, and so on. But maybe in the second iteration, you will have some know-how to start with.
This is in fact this is part of
the
how the no.
It should work again.
I should,
For
yes.
instance,
We are going to do.
well, here is actually the allocation is the same. But for instance, this was part of the reasoning of the process. I mean, for instance, some options now are not or are only partly feasible or are projected to be more effective in the near future. So, for instance, part of this exercise was to allocate a minimal share of the available resources during the first cycle, and the hypothesis of more advanced technological capacity to allocate a more significant share of financial resources during that third or the fourth cycle. So the time dimension is also considered in this way by also modifying among the four considered cycles the share of financial resources allocated to each action. based also on this kind of consideration. And of course, we need to improve also maybe the information provided to the stakeholder in order to orient these aspects, this kind of decision. And of course, both the projected variation in climate change or projected variations in urbanization trends represent a significant, a fundamental element for informed decision in terms of allocation of financial resources over the four funding cycles. So,
We have more time for a very quick last question.
Super quick.
Super quick. It's more a comment than a question because this you touched a point which is very important. It's about how do we communicate with stakeholders. Of course, there's one powerful tool which is mapping, right? So I mean, there's a latent spatial analysis behind all this of notifications and so on. But also understanding how these actions actually can synergize in space. That is fundamental also to, of course, for us as researchers, but also for stakeholders to understand how to allocate, again, that's question of
absolutely, the dimension of the spatialization of the options, also in order to understand the synergies or the conflict among the actions.
I have a question which already you kind of covered it. I mean, you mentioned that you had a basic assumption that the funding will be steady
Yeah.
throughout the four cycles.
Yes.
Which was my question. So what's your understanding? But then I would have commented, I'm not expecting any replies, but the idea with the European money is the more capacity you develop and the less funds you receive because you are
Okay.
able to walk on your legs. And so there's this idea that if they're successful because you really target the needs, then you will get funding.
Okay.
But maybe you would get funds from competitive schemes where maybe you are not successful as a region now because you have no capacity, but then it's just a circle of effort. So I'm not
No, thank you
expecting
very much.
any replies.
It's a very interesting point, and thank you very much.
I lost some other things later.
For coffee.
Yes.
So,
That's
there's a
it.
change in presenter. Oh, how nice. So Francesco Scorza will present the joint data on paving the way to the Certificata Climate Adaptation Strategy and the design workshop. So, still around the same topic.
We are in the same framework. No? Before we describe some tools that are that support the work. That's the idea. So we the general it's not written here, but I took a question, general question from my colleague Michele Campagna with the PI of the team. Is it possible to act for adaptation or mitigation planning in a short time, in a multi-jurisdictional playground, in a multi-scale approach, in a spatial temporal perspective, with effective tools like tourism? We want to demonstrate this question. No, is it possible to do this? We operate in the general objective of supporting mitigation and adaptation planning. Here there is a lot to discuss because are we planning for mitigation or are we planning for adaptation? Probably are two different directions, with some connection. One doesn't exclude the other, but it's quite a critical and methodological approach. We want to stress collaboration. We want to work in a collaborative dimension, in a collaborative approach. And this collaboration has two levels. On one side, we involve students of master degree in engineering, environmental engineering. And on the other side, we share those information and get advantages of the active collaboration with stakeholders. So real stakeholders invited and engaged in a real workshop about this topic. And finally, our idea is that we want to contribute to the development of the regional strategy for climate change, for climate adaptation, really, which is a mandatory task for each region in Italy in the stream of a national strategy for climate adaptation, the plan, and all the vertical programming on this topic. So we have a European framework, we have the national strategy at the Italian level, we have a regional contribution at the regional strategy, we have the local implementation that looks to spatialize specific action and projects. And we have two directions to see this change. We have implementing streamline, no, from the top to the bottom level, and then we get supporting action because the local implementation contributes to quantify, to justify the general objectives that are described in a big scale, while the small implementation contributes to this thing. So this is the interpretation. Of course, Basilicata exists, but Basilicata emits, not as all the territories, and we have data to measure the emission, and are quite accurate, are available for everyone, are available for every territory. So we move in an informed, data-based, data evidence-based layers, no, and it is an advantage. No, it is an advantage because we want to apply in a short time, not in a long time. What means short time and long time? That sometimes climate adaptation planning is based on hundreds of pages of thematic reports about species, about industries, about any sector, with a thematic contribution that experts in the field produce in order to describe, to argument about a specific condition in a specific area. If you want to go through this approach, you need money, you need experts, you need competence, you need data, and you need time, a lot of time, not to go in the details of a planning that probably can be managed at this level, at the general level, identify principle, action, and then comes the project. Then comes the project. When money exists, when people are engaged, when the measure decides to do something, then comes the project, and then comes the specific appraisal, the technical scientific appraisal on the specific project. So that's the idea. We have data, we have evidence of the climate change in the region, we have identification of specific climate zone. So we have general contributions that are quite relevant in describing the phenomenon. Now we start for funding because also decision makers, when you deal with them speaking about funds, they understand, they want to put the hands, they are easily driven toward a decision. I know the budget, I have to split the budget, I have a scenario, I can decide about the scenario. No? It's a way of thinking, but generally, geodesign workshop adopt a different approach, adopt the approach of the design. I want to go on the territory and I want to draw where my project has to be realized. It's a line, it's a polygon, it's a specific area, it's a policy. No, there are in this way we approach it in a different way, in a different scenario. The temporality, the 4 period programming period of EU resources compared with the target 2050, no, because those are the two frames that we want to consider. He already speak about the systems that we adopted. General approach in climate adaptation or mitigation planning is that you have a list of action. If you go in the SNAC, no, the national strategy and in the plan, you have 360 proposed actions. Among them, regions have to choose in their it is an easy approach, no? because of course Alfonso speak about feasibility, suitability, relevance for the context of specific action. The risk could be that you have a very long list, no, and you have to go into details to understand and choose action. So moving from 360 actions to our 60 actions selected is already a result because we restricted the framework, so the decision maker, even without high background on the topic, works on a limited scope of action. Something is missing, yes, something is missing. Of course, you can integrate, you can put additional actions on, but it is also a process. If I want to close this exercise and finally have a map and a budget and a time frame and a shared decision about a general framework in a half a day, I can accept that something is missing. Okay? But this is important, no? Because that's the idea. So the action that he already presented are also based on a lens suitability analysis. It means that according to the color, you find the list of suitable action for specific area of the region. This is the way we use in order to facilitate integration and especially to avoid the conflict, because the action for agriculture cannot go contemporarily on the same field. No, you have to choose and you have to select specific implementation area. The same for the forest. I go fast. The same for energy production. Here, for instance, how it works with land suitability. All the region is suitable for new renewable energy plants, but the settlements, the system of existing settlements, the system of existing major infrastructures are the part of the region where specific action has to be pointed. No, is it a contribution? Yes, because generally, if you go in the programming document like a regional operative program managing European funds and so on, the territorial projection of where those actions have to be realized doesn't exist because it is not accepted. So it is also a contribution in order to improve the way in which structural funds are spent in the territory. About water, about ocean, we have ocean in Basilicata, yes, because we have to take care about the coastal area. Of course, when you go in the list of action of there are a lot of list of action concerning climate mitigation, and you find mangroves.
Typical.
Okay, we have not mangrove, but we have to interpret that focus on maintaining local vegetation and so on according to the specific criteria that we have on our coastal area. We maintain the system ocean also because we want to compare our results with international geodesign collaboration, which is a global network of researchers that applies in this topic using the same classification, similar approach, and so on. So finally, we produce comparable studies, and it is important. It is another value to assess. Transport and industry, for instance, industry. The land suitability becomes points because are not the industrial area, are the industrial area where the industry of plastic is settled. So we have some specific information through our action that allow us to understand how many tons of CO2 per tons of plastic production goes in a system that we use to contaminate, to sum the effect, to have the impact of specific. Of course, during the workshop, some participants could say, "No, you have a missing point here because I know that." Okay, put it. Add the interaction with the local stakeholder goes also in that direction. Urban system. Okay, we organized the workshop and we invited stakeholders. We fought to three different categories of stakeholders. Institutional stakeholders, we claim for the region, but the region does come. So we have so and sometimes after, the researchers, and the territorial players, including territorial technicians, so architects, engineers, and so on, which are the facilitator of the design part, the final stage of the multi-scale scale approach. We have some relevant NGO focusing on conservation of nature or other issues. We have some players, public company for energy transition, and they participate. They come, they interact with each other, and they discuss about the, the proposal that we do. So the geodesign workshop was organized in this 3+1 steps. First of all, we let them aware and capable to decide about budget. We present the impact model. We give them the total amounts. They split the amounts. They check our proposal splitting the amounts between systems, so agriculture, forest, non general framework, and then they go in the details of splitting the system amount between action and between time. Action and time. So the budget is ready, and the impact model is almost ready, and we are on the second stage. So we have impact indicators about mitigation and adaptation, and we have Gantt of investment direction. Okay, so we are in this stage. Then we go in Geodesign Hub, which is a tool that allows us to work with the geodesign. And for each action, we have already prepared some shape file, some design. No, so I choose this action. I click on the design, and we get a strategy that becomes enough because we have the territorial projection of those projections. And then finally, we analyze and discuss the final figure, which is the total amount of CO2 avoided according this budget, according this territory, according those action, according this time frame. No, it's the basis for the negotiation. It's enough. I choose the right action. There are some conflicts between different points of view about the selected action. It is the basis to negotiate and to get a shared view of the process. So the budget, first step. They act on those percentages. We have about resources for each priority or intervention priorities. We have the fixed resources, and we split these resources in the system. Okay, through the system. For instance, what was mentioned by Alfonso. In this case, for transport, we decided to invest 100% of the resources of the mobilità locale, no, the specific access of the POFers dedicated to transport. So, and we have the total amount. The total amount is relevant. It's something that, no, and is under the hypothesis that we will not spend additional money for mitigation and adaptation. These are the running mainstream programs. No money more. But we just improve the way in which those money are spent, including those actions that we are sure they will mitigate and they will adapt against the climate change. That's the general hypothesis. I think it is a relevant way in order to propose the result. At the end, we have a budget for systems according to funds and the distribution. And for each system, actions and budget per action. Okay, I go through till the end. We have some figures that allow us to understand how many tons of CO2 avoided, how many funds totally, the extension of the intervention, some variables that are useful to understand if we are working well or not. Then we go to Geodesign Hub. We have the project, we select the project, and we obtain a strategy, a design strategy at the end. you can go in the details, you can on and off a layer, and you can discuss about the territorial perspective of the strategy. And finally, you can discuss about the figures, the total figures of the of the work. For instance, we have information about the surface, about the 10 ton of CO. No, production tons. It is very relevant for energy and industry system. We have resources for inhabitants, for vehicles. You have some parameters that allow you to control the comprehensive framework. And this is the impact in terms of mitigation. According to our exercise, the stakeholders put a lot of money in order to get a significant mitigation effect on transport, less on energy, less on industry, according to the perception of it. They were free to shift these results in a very different way. And the results is not in the beginning oriented to mitigate transport. The results depend on the fact that they selected some specific actions that for them are feasible, relevant, the institutional system is prepared to implement, and so on. So this is the correct interpretation. And here we have also information about adaptation per system. While transport in the previous mitigation effect has a wider share in this, in terms of adaptation, is more balanced with the other. So that's the approach that we use for Basilicata workshop. We also got results for Sardinia, according to a very similar approach for the national level for Italy and for the Mediterranean basin. So in a short time, in a jurisdiction with some limitation, of course, we know our limits in the approach, but through this process, in half a day, people come without background, get the knowledge, go through the procedures, and formalize the result. Then it's not a plan, it's a strategy, it's a strategic perspective. Then we have to go in the details, but the first, when you are in front of the white paper, no, and you have to start to design something, an exercise like that opens and extend, no, your capacity to get a preliminary picture in a short time and in very effective way. I really trust this method for this kind of approach, no? Because differently you move around deep knowledge, extensive information, and so on, but probably you don't get the capacity to say that those are the numbers. We are not precise, but I think that the dimension is very close to the real one, very close. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I'm sorry because Francesco
It's more time.
spoke quite a lot. Your burning question need to wait until
The
the
coffee.
time.
Okay.
And we'll switch to the fourth presentation by Simone. Yeah, Simone with patterns of place in rural Basilicata. A point pattern approach to tourist services and attractors.
There you go. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Simone Corrado. I'm from the University of Basilicata. I'm a tutorist professor at Computational. This is a master's thesis degree by Dino Molinara. He's one of our students. And it's called Pattern of Place in Rural Basilicata, Point Pattern Approach to Tourist Services and Attraction. First of all, why we talk about tourism? Because tourism is a growing economic power. In the 2024, tourism contributes to the 10% of the global GDP. It's 11.1 trillion in this year, and then there is an annual growth compared to the 2023 of 12.1.
This sector also encompasses for the 10.5% of all jobs worldwide, so not only have economic impact but also social impact. If we look from the forecast of the UNWTO on the tourism in international tourist arrival, we see that there is a growing trend in all the continents. So there are many strategies that indicate tourism as very useful for territorial cohesion and sustainable territorial development. It's not working. Okay. Okay. Let's introduce some policies. European in every single market in 2020 identified um, tourist sector as a crossing cutting sector. This is due by the interplay of different sectors in the tourism one, because we have accommodation, we have transport, we have travel agency and accommodation, and as shown in this work, it's strictly related to each other. It is difficult to understand the impact of one change of one model, one sector on the other. And but also the sector faces some key challenges like sustainability. There is a growing demand for more sustainable and responsible tourism. Then there is the Commission identified there is important for data innovation and digital transformation, especially because sometimes, mainly in marginal areas, there are very small businesses and we don't have data about business. And also we need to build resiliency and strengthen crisis management, because tourism sector is one of the most impacted by the COVID-19 for sure. And so the Commission start a co-creation process is a bottom-up approach to identify a plan to a transition pathway to improve including some aspects like economic, social, and environmental sustainability. Why spatial is special in tourism? Because tourism is inherently a spatial phenomena. It involves movement and interaction of people with places and their territorial impact for sure. But uncontrolled tourist growth can exceed the territorial capacity, so leading to over-tourism, environmental pressure, and social displacement. This is called the touristification of one place. Venice is it's a clear of this phenomena. Here are the density of Airbnb into the Venetian lagoon, and we see there are a lot of problems because a lot of people just move away from the lagoon because the price of the real estate is going too high for afford it. But the problem is this is the listing by the Airbnb, and we see that there are listing just for 1 to 3 days. So there is short-term stay. So there are a lot of environmental impact on the lagoon, but very low added value on this place. So we need to plan for more sustainable tourism, and inner areas are emerging as a new destination, promoting a more distributed tourism model in space. So the research question, this project is under the Tech4U. It's a recovery fund project, a technology for resilient and accessible cultural and natural heritage. The proposed approach by our group and with Raquel and Professor Costa is to develop an analytical model to define a new geography relationship between the tourist phenomena and the territorial dimension, its impact. In this specific study is a very small part of our general framework, and it wants to investigate the spatial structure of the tourism infrastructure, aiming to assess whether cultural attractor influence services distribution, even in a marginal and low density area. So very briefly, this is the taxonomy we use. It's proposed by Raquel. These are three ontological classes, and it's different in scale, because at the final scale we have tourist destination. Tourist destination is a community of spatial elements, including specialized attraction, services, and reachability. This defines the destination, while the tourist system is an aggregation of different destination areas specialized in some type of tourism, where the demand meets the supply. And if we get into account also all the value chain and the network of the stakeholder, we can identify the tourist ecosystem. Okay, let me briefly introduce the Google API places because this is the place where we retrieve some data. I think it can enhance in the spatial analysis because traditional data sources, especially on businesses, are often fragmented and outdated. But with the Google API places, we can bridge this data gap. In particular, because as shown in the picture, by one point we can identify some category that we want to retrieve data. So given a radius with the API places, we can retrieve all the data about the topology we select. So in this way, we have access to structural attributes like location, categories, rating, contact. At least map all the value chain in an area, because if we iterate this research on a grid base, we can obtain we can cover the businesses of our territory, and this is the Python implementing. So this is the study area. It's in the north part of Basilicata and the small part of Apulia. We identified this area because it's homogeneous for characteristics. In the booster, we are a natural landscape. We have Monticchiolaghi, and on the other side of the Alto Bradano, we have like agricultural landscape. But this area is homogeneous also for the cultural identity that the same in this area. This area covers 3,700 square kilometers, and we just iterate in a grid in this area all the requests for Google API places. This is some results. This is the cultural attraction. We identify 172 points. This point is subdivided in different categories. We have UNESCO site, we have national and regional interest museum, 21 in this region. We have three most beautiful villages of Italy identified by this system, and we have a lot of scattered heritage sites, local heritage sites, castle, architectural around this area. Okay, this is the tourism infrastructure. So for tourism infrastructure, we identify different categories. We have hospitality providers, and subcategory are restaurants and accommodation, and then we have accessibility facilities. We receive data on tourist transit and parking areas mainly, because with these accessibility facilities, we want to take into account the reachability of the destination. And we can say that there are a spatial mismatch because there is well scattered attractor all around the territory, but the service is well organized within the urban area. So our research question is to understand if there is some relationship between the distribution of the cultural attractor and the distribution of the tourism infrastructure. If the cultural attractor have an impact on the distribution of accommodation and restaurants also in the marginal area. And to do so, we for sure we implement point pattern analysis because we have points. There is two properties that for the properties that just analyze individual points and their density. This is like the quadrant analysis, so count how many points it can be found in one quadrant or the well-known kernel density. But we are interested in the second order properties because these properties focus on the relationship between the points, mainly using distance-based method to identify if the pattern is clustering or dispersed. So we implement the Ripley K function. In this function, this is how we usually work this approach. For each point in our analysis, we just define different circles at different radius and count how many other points fall within this circle. Then we calculate the density for each circle, and we compare it with a complete random process. So the complete random process is a Poisson distribution of points in all around the area, and if the points are, if the replicate curve is well above the complete spatial randomness curve, the pattern is clustered. Otherwise, if it's under the curve, is dispersed. Okay, here I just to well to see in a different way the cluster pattern is this one, and this is the K curve. This is the complete randomness. So we have the Poisson distribution. This is the random pattern, and all the curve is on the random curve, so complete randomness. And then we have dispersed points or regular clips. Why we have four different curve? Because this is the complete randomness. Then we have the K function is just the black one, and then we have two other curve is the red one and the green one, because we have to take into account the edge correction, because if we count the how many points fall within a circle for a given radius at the edge of the study area, we have a problem because we don't have model. So we need to do some edge correction, because in this way the curve is more reliable. And this is our result for services on the left, and for attraction. We can say that they are clustered. Sorry, they are clustered because this is the random pattern, and maybe there is a step increase in the first kilometers, because this is in meters. Sorry, radius is in meter. So in the first kilometer there are a steep rise, and then it's like the gradient of the other curve. And but okay, so services and attraction are clustered, but we are interested if there are interactions in this cluster. So we implement the cross-K function, because with the cross-K function we can measure how many attractors MB are found within the radius R from each services NA, compared to the random distribution. And also for the cross-K function, so we do the function for two different types, okay, together. And also for this cross-K function, the curve is well above the Monte Carlo simulation, so it means that the services, so the accommodation and restaurant, are clustered around the cultural attraction. But we want to understand more, because in this curve we can say that, okay, there is a lot, but we want to understand which is the average distance of this interaction between the attraction and the cultural the tourism infrastructure, the services. So let me briefly introduce the G function, because with the G function we are able to identify how close is the closest services to each attractor, and this is the result. So there is a peak on 1 kilometer, and then after 2 kilometers there are complete randomness. Okay, so it means that there are a strong interaction in the first 2 kilometers by services and cultural attractor, and then the pattern is not so well clustered. This is due because this is very small villages, and there is the cultural attractors, so like castle, like the most beautiful villages or museum that are what we are mapping, are identified near the urban area. But this could be also a problem, because we have a lot of other natural heritage scattered all around the urban area. So we need to improve it, because as a planner I want people to stay more. I want people to visit more my territory. So because this is a well-known study in urban areas, because in urban areas there are a lot of studies that say, okay, Airbnb or restaurants are located near the cultural attractor, but in marginalized area we don't know if it is the same. And in this area it's the same as the literature. So just to conclude. as I said before, this functional aligns with existing literature, and this also confirms the role of abstractor as a spatial course in helping us to better understand the structure and the logic behind the provision of services in the territory. It can be also helpful to understand where to intervene. As I said before, this is a small part of our bigger framework. So we work with graph because this analysis is just a general analysis. We can manage to do a local analysis on a small destination area. We can manage to evaluate the interaction from each services to each abstractor. But in the next presentation next year, maybe I can show you. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Comments and questions from the audience? I know you have very interesting.
Yeah, sorry, I'm keeping asking questions. No, just because at some point I got lost. When you show these values like model, I was wondering.
This one?
Yeah, it is
Okay.
one. So because again I couldn't follow properly. To which extent actually this also, let's say, connects to the connectivity, so the network, but also with the geography of the territory. So are those?
No. It's not taking into account the geography. No, it's just a 2D. So it's
so that is a bit of.
no, yeah. This is just a matter of physics. So we know that we don't we have to take into account the morphology. We take into account the network, the street network. But in our framework, we for sure accounting for the distance evaluated on the streets on the roads. And this is just a project. In fact, the paper is on the 1980, and it's an implementation of this is in R, especially because I just give him the code and he can manage to run this app. But no, this application don't take into account the morphology. This is the question.
Thanks.
The other question? Okay.
It's not a question, it's
Yeah.
just a curiosity.
Yeah.
So the study was about Basilicata.
Yeah.
But then you had Castel del Monte.
Castel del Monte. No, it's basically this is the area. This is the area.
Yeah,
So Castel del Monte is here,
yeah.
and it's in Apulia.
Okay,
It's
so,
more within the area because
so it's not just about Basilicata, I mean, you just selected some areas.
yeah, this is the area. Sorry, I don't say this is our limit area because we want to consider all the castle in this area. So for sure, Castel del Monte is.
Yeah, so maybe the title needs tweaking.
Ah, yeah.
All our research or our paper published no say the full reality, and all the revisions say that is not good reality, but we keep it. Do it.
Maybe I say it's mainly in Basilicata. Yeah,
I mean,
sorry.
If I were a Puglia, I would have. Okay. So if there's no more questions, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Simone. We can now give the floor to our online presenter, who's going to help with the.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's working. Okay.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
So with us online, there's Rosalba Muzzillo. I hope you can hear us fine. She's going to present a paper done with Professor Dow, who's here in the room. And can you please try and share your slides, if you have any? Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Could you please go on and switch on presentation mode?
The presentation mode is on.
Maybe you're using two screens and sharing the wrong one.
I'm sharing
We can
the
see the
window.
first.
I'm going to share full screen.
Yeah, full
Okay.
screen, please. So.
Can you see the presentation?
Still the, okay, that's great. Thank you so much. So
Thank
15
you.
minutes, around 15 minutes for you. Thank you.
Thank you. So I am Rosalba Muzzillo, a research fellow at the University of Basilicata, and today I'm going to present this work entitled "The Quali-Quantitative Assessment and Protection to Pollution of Fissured Aquifer Strategic Groundwater Resources of the Lucanian and Calabrian Apennines" in the framework of the Tech4U research project. This project involved the University of Basilicata and the Institute on Membrane Technologies of the National Research Council, and this study is related to the activities carried out within the pilot project PP2, that is a part of the Tech4U research project funded by the Italian National Recovery and Resilience Plan. The main objectives of the pilot project are to identify, quantify, and protect the good quality groundwater resources of the selected fissured aquifers that belong to Lucanian and Calabrian Pennines. These aquifers are in some cases uncollected or not adequately exploited, so they can be used as strategic groundwater resources in case of drought or particularly water.
Sorry, Rosalba, can you hear us? We miss you. Rosalba?
Characterization for the Lauria Mountains northern sector, and in the end we carried out the geochemical characterization of the water samples collected.
Sorry, Rosalba, we lost you.
Between the two municipalities of Castelluccio Superiore and Lauria. The geochemical setting is mainly characterized by the Apennine platform units represented by the Triassic dolostones, the Jurassic limestones, and the Cretaceous limestones. There are also the Befurto formation of the Alburno Cervati Pollino subunit. The surrounding units instead belong to the Lagro Negro, Sicilide, and Ligurite units, and we can find also the Frido and the Nemoli units. From a tectonical point of view, the study area is very complex. In fact, we can see high-angle faults that separate different mountain ridges. Then we have low-angle extensional contacts, and thrusts are the most common medium and low-angle contacts that separate the tectonic units and subunits. From an hydrogeological point of view, the setting of the morphostructures reflects its peculiar geostructural arrangement. This arrangement, in fact, conditions the groundwater flow directions and the springs emergencies. We can see also in the map reported in the slide the two main aquifers with different hydrogeological and hydrodynamic characteristics. The geometrical configuration of the carbonate hydrostructures is influenced by the presence of the major faults and thrusts, and also by the fracturing conditions that define the water exchanges between the aquifers and the different groundwater flow pathways. For the first aquifer, the Lauria aquifer, the main springs are the Caffaro Mandarino, Caffaro, and Arena Bianca. In particular, the Caffaro Mandarino spring is the main spring with a flow rate of about 810 liters per second, and it is situated on the border of the carbonate hydrostructure. On the other end, for the La Spina Zaccana aquifer, we have the San Giovanni spring as the main spring with a mean discharge of 450. Shallow groundwater flow path allows other emergencies like Sorgituro, Salice di Sopra, Salice di Sotto, and Peschiera. The next step was to identify the main hydrogeological complexes. We can see in the slide the presence of the carbonate complex that hosts the aquifers, and it is composed by dolomites, limestones, and dolomitic limestones. Then we have the conglomerate complex, which allows the formation of minor springs and stores a part of the groundwater with a medium-low, medium-high permeability degree. Then we have the calcarenite complex with a medium level of relative permeability, which play a secondary roles in the hydrogeological framework. The detritical complex show a medium relative permeability. The fluviolacustrine complex represent the southern boundary of the aquifer with a medium-low degree of relative permeability. In the end, we can see the Clay-Marley complex with a low degree of permeability, which represents the permeability limit in some area of the system. The focus of the study was the assessment of the amount of groundwater in the carbonate system that strongly depends on the geostructural and hydrogeological setting. We applied the inverse hydrogeological water balance. In the slide, we reported the flow chart of the applied methodology, and this methodology was implemented and elaborated in the QGIS environment. The area was discretized using a grid with 5-meter resolution cells, and the effective infiltration amount was evaluated on the base of the daily temperature and precipitations data series collected from the gauging station located inside or immediately outside of the basin of interest for the period 1992 and 2022. These data were provided by the Regional Department of the Civil Protection of Basilicata and by the Lucanian Agency for the Development and Innovation in Agriculture. By applying the inverse hydrogeological water balance, we found an amount of effective infiltration of about 1497 liters per second. This value was compared with the groundwater discharge provided by the springs, which is almost 1470 liters per second. Since the comparison between these values is show an error less than 10%, we can say that the inverse hydrogeological water balance method applied can be considered reliable. In this slide, we can see the maps elaborated in QGIS software of the various terms of the hydrogeological water balance. Then the focus was shifted to the evaluation of the aquifer vulnerability to pollution. We followed the GNDCI CNR methodology, and we compared the hydrogeological complexes and hydrogeological features with the typical reference scenarios provided by the method. The results of the application was the map of the intrinsic vulnerability to pollution that you can see in this slide that shows 6 different classes of intrinsic vulnerability. In particular, we have that the Clay-Marley complex has a low vulnerability class. The medium-low degree is attributable to the fluviolacustrine detritical succession and to the conglomerate complex. Then we have the medium vulnerability degree attributable to the areas where the detritical complex and the calcarenite complex outcrop. The high degree of vulnerability is referable to the fissured, the calcareous dolomitic succession of the carbonate complex of the Monte La Spina, Monte Zaccana aquifer. Instead, we have the very high degree belonging to the fissured limestones of the carbonate complex of the Lauria aquifer southern part, and the extremely high vulnerability can be assigned to the fractured and karstified limestone of the carbonate complex. Regarding the San Severino Lucano study area, in this case, the focus was the purification of the water naturally polluted by chromium. In fact, we can say that in some specific geological settings, such as ophiolitic areas, chromium occurs naturally in rocks and soils, and we can have an enrichment of natural waters by this element due to the water-rock interaction processes. In particular, the removal of the chromium hexavalent can be achieved from contaminated water by using various techniques. Among these, the membrane technologies are an effective alternative and a promising alternative thanks to their numerous advantages, such as the enhanced product quality, the elimination of chemical use, and also the energy independence thanks to the use of renewable energy sources. Nanofiltration was selected as the technique to address the environmental issues of sea air polluted groundwaters in Basilicata in the municipality of San Severino Lucano, where serpentinite and metabasic rocks outcrop. The water samples were collected, stabilized, and stored after filtration through a 0.45 micrometers per size filter, and a nanofiltration reverse osmosis laboratory pilot unit was used for water treatment tests. Tests confirmed that the nanofiltration membrane, not yet tested for the removal of this specific pollutant, is very reliable. In fact, we found that the selected membrane can lower the chromium concentration below the low limit already at low operating pressures, with a rejection of the chromium ranging from 90 to 95%. And for the next step of the project, the prototype will be realized by the company that won the cascade call related to our project. In conclusion, I reported in this slide the activities carried out so far, in particular that the ongoing activities that will be related to the monitoring of the main springs discharge and precipitation, the realization of geoelectrical resistivity tomographies and dew boreals, the hydrogeochemical filter investigation, the in situ membrane purification activities, as I said, and in the end, the development of a WebGIS platform in which collect and implement all the data collected and elaborated and processed by the various actions of this project. So the aim of the project is to achieve a sustainable management of water resources and also to make communities more resilient. So I thank you for your attention. I finished the presentation.
Thank you very much, Rosalba. Are there any questions for Rosalba from the audience? Yeah, please, can you come over so that she can hear you?
Salva, thanks for the presentation. It was a very advanced study. My question is that according to this monitoring system that you are setting up, or you are already prepared, which are the consequent actions connected with the sustainable exploitation of the spring reserves? I'm thinking to the restriction of use of water or something like that, which are actions that also goes in the direction of climate mitigation and adaptation planning that we discussed before.
Yes. Following the evaluation of the vulnerability to pollution of the aquifer, for example, our project intends to define the zone protection of the springs, and also to define the possibility to do or not to do some actions in the proximity of the springs to avoid their contamination. And also, our intent is to collaborate with the stakeholders and the public bodies involved in the planning and management of these resources that can be used in future in period of scarcity, water scarcity or drought emergency, as we experienced last year. So this is our intent. Thank you.
Thank you. May I ask another question? As somebody who really doesn't understand anything of what you explained, I was wondering whether, I mean, you said that there's a firm who's going to build a prototype to develop the membrane. Um,
Yes.
my question would be, out of curiosity, whether you foresee any issues in going from the research field to the practical development, so building the membrane and putting it into the market.
I can say that for the membrane technology, this is a prototype. So the next step can be to evaluate the scalability of this prototype to evaluate the effectiveness of the purification on site of the water. Is a prototype, so the research is still ongoing, and the project will end in December 2025. We hope that will be no other delay in the actions, and we hope that our research can found an effectiveness in practical uses for the sustainable management of the resources.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause. And the session will continue with the third slot for us for the program in the next slot.
Yes, in the next.
So let's have a coffee break.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I do. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to ask if the session will begin right now or in half an hour, because according to the program, Geo and Mod session should begin at 4 p.m. Istanbul time, and I think it's right now it's 4 p.m. Istanbul time.
Yes, it is 4 p.m., but this is not the mod session.
Okay, how do I go to the Geo and Mod? Because
Check on the program. You should have the link.
yes, I am checking at the pro session 9C and go to Jitsi room. I press that link and it brought me here.
Strange, because this is the SPA session, SPA session. Seems strange. Probably I cannot help you. This is the session 6C SPA 2025. GMod. I cannot help you, really.
So should I try any other Jitsi room link, or because how can I connect? Because
it's complicated. I can ask. I try to ask.
um, maybe you can go to the room where the session is in place and ask the moderator, because I am presenting in 40 minutes and
Yes, we are asking to the general technical managing the technical in charge to manage all the web and
yeah.
virtual.
So I just wait here.
Yes, just wait here.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Sì, Giovanna, ti sentiamo. Allora, ancora la sessione delle session.
Vabbè.
Sorry, but I cannot see in the program join mod session.
Can I share my screen with you so you
Yes.
can?
Yes.
Let me share my screen.
No, I really think that is not today at this time.
Look.
It's tomorrow.
It's tomorrow.
Oh, it's tomorrow.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm very sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. But we tested the connection. Your mic is perfect. Everything works.
I am very sorry. Okay.
Okay. Great.
No, I am too early then. Oh, thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, I think that we can start with this start session, and we may start with in present presentation by Maria Cristina Marino. It is a case study of a regeneration project in Basilicata region. Maria Cristina, you can come here. Urban regeneration of San Brancato Center.
Sì, sì. Sì. Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm Maria Cristina Marino from the University of Basilicata. It is a pleasure to present urban regeneration of San Brancato Center. Real urban regeneration case study that combine participatory design with scientific analysis. This participatory approach received positive participation from residents, so we didn't just design for the community, but we designed with them. Additionally, the study employ IT software to quantify ecosystem services provided by urban greenery, demonstrating the project environmental benefit. So, urban qualification is a key driver for achieving the UN Sustainability Development Goal, particularly number 11, which promote inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable city. This paper examines how urban regeneration initiatives such as the San Brancato Center project contribute to sustainable urban development by aligning with the multiply DSG, specifically poverty reduction, climate action, and social inclusion. Our winning proposal for urban regeneration of the Sant'Ancato Center, awarded first prize in the design competition organized by the Municipality of Sant'Arcangelo in 2023, established the foundation for a visionary territorial transformation through activity community engagement. The proposed solution aimed to create a modern urban framework supporting proposed social and economic development in one of the Val d'Agri most strategic locations in Basilicata. The participatory process initiative with the competition award seeks to emulate the most effective model of urban and territorial transformation, ensuring that the realization of the project that align with the real needs of the Lucanian community. Sant'Ancato neighborhood is located in the municipality of Sant'Arcangelo in province of Potenza and is a vibrant urban center with almost 40,000 inhabitants. It is a hub for commercial activity, healthcare service, education institution, and serving as a reference point for surrounding area. However, the area faces significant challenges, including traffic congestion, environmental degradation, social inequity, which hinder its potential for sustainable growth. The project focuses on redesign all connected space in a neighbor center, propose a comprehensive revision of the current vehicular traffic, the transformation of the roundabout in a new central square is a pivotal intervention, and the focus on improving the existing agora is a central element of the urban regeneration project. And also the emphasis on green infrastructure is a forward-thinking approach that addresses both environmental sustainability and urban reliability. The transformation of the roundabout in a new central square is a pivotal intervention which will serve as a true gateway to the city for those arriving from SS 598, that is the main street that connects the main country in Val d'Agri area in Basilicata. It addresses functional and aesthetic challenge and create a vibrant, inclusive, and representative space that embody the value of sociality, hospitality, and urban decorum. Here is a project rendering compared to photo of the current state. So the project involved the demolition of the large paved area in favor of the permeable space. The inclusion of native plant and urban reforestation contribute to the creation of a habitat where human and natural can coexist in balance. So other most important intervention is the revision of the current vehicular traffic plan that reduce congestion in the central urban arteria and create a more sustainability mobility. The key object is to divert the fast-moving traffic away from the neighborhood center and redirecting to the tangential route while reconfiguring the remain traffic flow to prioritize pedestrian, cycling, and local accessibility. The project integrates the idea that there will be few cars and more bike. So this will reduce the width of the roadway, expand pedestrian pathway, create a new cycle line, and organize new parking area to support commercial hubs and city services. So by reducing car traffic and promoting alternative modes of transportation, the project contributes to the climate action and sustainable urban planning. Also, the focus on improving the existing agora is a central element of the urban regeneration project. This intervention aims to transform this disconnected space in a unified and cohesive network of a public square, fostering connective social interaction and season of the place. The project also aims to reconstitute a continuous green axis, green network that connects and link every urban area. Green space play a crucial role in this project, not only for the aesthetical appeal, for the health benefit and architecture quality, but also for the sustainability and ecosystem aspect, which are among the main themes of contemporary urban planning. Here, rendering comparing to the real photo. So our idea is to existing tree will be preserved and increased as much as possible, and in contrast, new tree will be planted. The initiative implemented a structural participatory approach, actively engage the local community through the planning and decision-making processes. This methodology successfully bridge technical object with community needs, as demonstrates by participatory workshop organized by the municipality of Sant'Arcangelo. We have 5 meetings. The pie chart shows the approximation for the design solution, total agreement in blue and partial agreement in red. Fortunately, with no participant reporting complete dissatisfaction. So the bar chart display the main strength in blue and the main critical issue in red, expressed by the citizen. So finally, the people really don't like one-way traffic. So we're discussing a lot on this. We try to understand the motivation. And so they said, and they think that the one-way traffic will completely reduce the pedestrian flow around the business. So we try to explain that this requalification will, create a new space, new green area, also will increase the pedestrian flow from the country, but also will be an attractor for the other places around, Sant'Arcangelo. So will be an attractor for the Val d'Agri area. So the project exemplify how community co-design can improve regeneration outcome with interactive dialogue. And finally, the application of i3 is a software suite developed by the USD Forest Service, provide rigorous quantification of the environmental benefit of urban regeneration intervention in San Brancato city center. So these tools analyze 2 different scenarios: the pre-scenario, pre-intervention configuration, and post. So how it tools works? It tools generates run point across the city area. For each point, classify land cover in the previous configuration and second configuration, and result extrapolate to estimate total for an interior area. So in the previous configuration and second configuration, so this is the impervious area, so completely decrease and it completely, increase the tree, so the green space, to quantify this effect of the regeneration. The indicator that the tool provides is carbon service, so carbon sequester, air quality, and soil water runoff reduction. So the radar chart utilization of this result demonstrates the expanding environmental benefits across all major categories in the post scenario, with the most significant gains in carbon sequestration and pollution removal directly correlating with the increasing vegetation cover. So finally, the project has demonstrated how the transformation of the degraded urban space can generate multidimensional benefits, combining environmental sustainability, social inclusion, and an economical growth. First, the project significantly contributes to the SDG 11 by converting impermeable and congested area into green, pedestrian-friendly, and accessible space. The analysis using i3 software highlight almost 20% of increasing in tree coverage with corresponding improvement in carbon sequestration and air quality directly linked to the SD13. Also, the project addresses SD10, so reduce inequity by removing architectural barrier and creating inclusive space. And from economic perspective, the engagement of the green capsule and the revitalization of public space stimulate a new commercial and tourism-related activity aligned with the SG8. So finally, intervention to mitigate hydrological risk and manage stormwater sustainability through permeable surface and drainage system respond to the SG6. So thank you for the attention.
Thank you, Mary. Yeah, some questions?
Yeah. Can you go back to your results table? So here, so you have the changes, and then you have looked often this 186%. Is it? Do you know why? What is the reason for that? Because every tree does have the same kind of effect, or what is?
Yeah, because this indicator is, for the land cover use. So the tools is a simple tools. So the simple tools analyze the land cover use that transfer impervious area to the green area. So this is the, a simple change because it's considering this impact. But in the future, I will, analyze this urban regeneration with a new application, so with the hydraulic model, but not a tool. So it's, a real hydraulic model to analyze the hydraulic risk. So this is just a simple one. I know this is just to quantify in a simple way the this requalification, this real case.
Did you also discuss it with the citizens?
Sorry?
Did you discuss these
we discussed the effect in general. We didn't, show the technical, result, just discussion. What will be the impact on the economical, on the, for the country. So we didn't show this kind of result.
Just a curiosity.
Yeah.
A social problem actually, because I realized, referring to what you say about the one line road, two roads.
Yeah.
So the restriction of the road section. I know that there is a cultural problem.
Yeah.
For example, when I was living in Turin, I spent like all day long walking, and it was a pleasure. So, and when I come back home in Amsterdam, south of Italy, when I have to go to the supermarket, I get the car, even if it is 1 minute, just by car. So, do you think in your opinion, what would be helpful, because the renders are useful, of course, and providing analysis is useful, of course, to show them, for them to recognize this, the quality of life, the public space, the quality of public space will improve even the daily life, because you feel this place more comfort with you. What do you think is what you can do to show, to convince them that?
Yeah. Yes, well, we discuss a lot on this because I think it's a cultural problem. So, understand that we can, use bike and a car, and it was complicated to explain that because they say, "Yeah, it's a really nice project, but we are okay with bike line, with walking line, but please leave two ways." So we just show the dimension. So we just say it's not possible. Sorry. So what you want? You want this situation like this? You want this? Oh, you accept one way, but you want this. So they just respond on this. Here is the. This is the response from the people. So it's difficult to explain. It's really difficult. I think maybe they never understand. Yeah, maybe yes. But anyway, I think it's important make a requalification.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Go on the next presentation. We go to the program. Okay. We prepare to go already. So let's go to the presentation by Ibarra, right? About semantic predictive models and the catalyst for circular construction practice. Your presentation is on your screen. Okay.
You will present from your laptop.
It's probably I cannot find.
No, it's okay. But they will not at home. They will not see your presentation. But it's, it's for you.
Okay.
It's the problem.
Good.
So welcome everyone. My name is Burak. I'm from Turkey, and now I will present you our paper about semantic predictive models as a catalyst for circular construction practices. So here's the overview. I will first go by the introduction through the sustainable perspective, and then I introduce to you our project, Circus project. Then I give a broad overview of the CPGMF topic. Then I will finally introduce the WebGIS tools examples. Yeah, so increasing population and global resource consumptions, especially in the construction sector, and causes the almost 40% of global emissions, and also, especially considering the waste generation by construction and demolition waste, is almost over 30%. And at that point, circular economy principles in construction sector for reducing the waste and promoting reuse are much of importance in this sense. And exactly following this concept, there is this EU Horizon project, Circus project, that we are a partner of. It has basically under four main categories. The final goal is to improve the decision making in the construction and demolition waste through a 3D WebGIS map. Using reversible design building strategies and renovation strategies and so on. Although our team is mostly experienced in the WebGIS part, but in this project we are mostly involved in the first part of the project, which is the data creation, let's say, used for building model creation. These building models will be created through lidar scans, and also using collect beams to construct the geometries. Then this, let's say, empty geometries will be enriched by two approaches. First is the digital model assessment through the assessment of the materials embedded within the building, and also circular economic passport generation of the materials that are embedded in the building through the indicators of sustainability indicators such as LCA and so on. So this is actually a very huge project, like consisting of 28 partners. But in this project, we are involved mostly on the geometry construction part. And our pilot phase is in Serbia, Belgrade, and for this digital building models, we are going to use CityGML standard. So what is CityGML? CityGML is an open source XML-based standard for urban data representation. It is created by a working group in Germany to somehow find a way to digitalize our cities, let's say, and this was their approach to create a common city system model and using filters to connect different partners through the city, such as architects, engineers, and even citizens to for this digital environment, let's say. And CityGML also kind of fills the gap between geospatial world and BIM world by somehow extending to both of them to some extent. And why it is important? Because CityGML, with CityGML, you can not only store geometric information about the cities, but also semantic information about the cities. And here's a bit much deeper dive into the CityGML data type, data structure, let's say. It consists of 10 different CityGML core modules, and they try to somehow find the standard to digitalize cities in 10 different aspects. And this is how it looks as an XML snippet, and this is how a city would look with this built by using this standard. And in this focus, we will be talking mostly on the building part, building core of the CityGML, and CityGML also includes different levels of details across buildings, so that you can implement to what extent detail you want, and you can use your data accordingly. Maybe a little more detail on the level of details. So level of details, um, 0 and 1 is mostly can be created automatically to a higher extent, and LOD2 includes a little manual intervention. LOD3 is the most complex one, and up to now it's very hard to create LOD3 models. And I can also give you a number, like throughout Europe, there is only 98 buildings modeled in LOD3, mostly in Germany, but that also shows how complex to build models in CityGML in, let's say, LOD3. Not complex, but actually expensive, like, because it requires manual workforce. And once you have the CityGML data set of the city, let's say level of detail 2 or 3, of course, this will open the gates for many applications possible, and you can think of from disaster management simulations to the police simulations to the tourism applications, navigation within the city, even facility management practices can be conducted using available CityGML data. Why it is more important in terms of circular economy perspective? Because you can always store semantic information within each building element. What that means that after creating the data of the CityGML, you can of course also include material information within the semantic structure of the data, so that you can create your map of the city. And here in the Helsinki example, we see web atlas of Helsinki. they, for example, import the high level of detail in CityGML, and there you can see maybe not so clear, but energy aspects, geometrical aspects, some material aspects. I think through the entire city of the Helsinki. And this is the Hamburg example. This is a snippet from Hamburg Geoportal, and we work very closely with the company who created this dataset. It is a very high detailed dataset. It's creating using also some manual work. It's LOD 2.3, let's say, and it is also covered with aerial imagery texturized, so that it looks also like covered. But in the database of Hamburg, they somehow has many attributes, but they in the let's say public version, they only show 6 attributes. However, this of course can be extendable, and once you have the dataset method. In the Circus project, more or less like to conclude, let's say, we try to create the geometries, and the overall project also tries to show how city GML or city data building models, digital building models, can be a catalyst for the circle construction practices through the embedded geometric and semantic information, which is very important to accurately assess material stocks and manage construction of the machineries, which is very focused nowadays. And having said that, I would like to conclude my presentation, and will want to tell that we are interested on the Web.js applications in the, let's say, in any of the projects that you would be interested, so that you can reach the middle guy here, and we will be interested collaborating with you. So thank you.
Thank you, guys. Some questions here. I have a curiosity. Also, in your case, the upscaling and downscaling of the model. Now, few slides before, I think, here, no? You moved from a GIS representation to a BIM representation. Do you think it's needed to get the BIM representation as a goal, or you can stop before without any computation, not too many computational reports? Which is your pleasure about that? And additionally, it is a unique tool that allows to manage all the stages of the representation, or different tools, one for each stage?
You mean for different levels of detail?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So for the first question, it is a very hot also discussion topic among the CPML people, if we should go to the LOD4 or not. And then at the end, in 2020 release, they decided not to include LOD4, and they exclude LOD4 because it's BIM focused, it's too heavy, too detailed, and it's not actually for city purposes, let's say. It's very small scale. But I also don't think there is need for going to LOD4, but LOD3 is already enough for many applications city-wise, and most is already doing this with LOD2 even. LOD2 also is quite good when you think of solar potential analysis, shadow analysis, many applications. Yeah. For the second question, for the creation of these data sets, there are not so many workflows or software. The ones that are available, one is able to create LOD3. It is a SketchUp extension, City Editor, its name. It's also a German company, and you can draw and attribute window door details through. And another company is Uriel Systems that is done the Hamburg dataset, but they are only enabling LOB2.
Okay, so different tools for different representations.
Kind of, yes.
We are in this situation.
Yes.
Okay. Any other remarks? Thank you, Bart, for your participation. Now we move to some online presentation. Giovanna, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Okay, for me it's okay. You can share your presentation.
I'm going to share.
Good.
You see the? Can you see the presentation?
Yes, we can see. Okay, Joanna, you can start. Thank you.
Okay.
We see not the. You have to share the full screen, not the windows,
Okay.
because differently we see the PowerPoint, not the.
I'll share. Okay. Can you see the presentation? It's okay?
Yes, now.
Okay. Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Giovanna Andrulli, and I'm a researcher. And I'm a researcher at University of Basilicata. It's a pleasure to be here today to present the paper titled Physical and Digital Accessibility of Tourist Destination, Overview of Best Practice in Europe. So,
Giovanna, now we cannot see the presentation. You have to share again.
okay.
Good now.
Okay. So, in a context where tourism is increasingly at the center of social and environmental transformation, it becomes crucial to integrate it with territorial development strategies and long-term sustainable policies. And the goal is to reflect on how to combine growth and sustainability. I don't know. I think there's a problem with the connection.
Now the presentation is down.
Yes.
Huh?
So, you see the presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So, the goal is to reflect on how to combine growth and sustainability while enhancing the territories and the communities that inhabit them. And it is important to adopt a sustainable and responsible approach for the management of natural resources, the adoption of targeted tourist policies, and the use of technology to monitor and optimize tourist flows. In this, the participation of local communities in decision-making processes becomes decisive to ensure a fair distribution of resources and to develop awareness of their value. And tourism has a strong impact on regional development, so integrated planning is necessary to ensure that its potential is guided by sustainability criteria. And we are therefore talking about an approach that involves public and private actors, as well as local communities. Only through collective involvement it is possible to manage the complexity of tourism within territorial policies. And moreover, the European Union provides us with an important framework with tools such as the Green Deal and the Digital Agenda. And so today, more than ever, tourism faces a double transition, ecological and digital. And this transformation requires new development models that go beyond the logic of mere economic growth. And we speak of a Green New Deal without growth, a shift in perspective that where success criteria are no longer quantitative but qualitative. And sustainability must become the true indicator of the sector's development. A central element in the bottom-up approach involving local communities is not only an ethical choice, but an essential condition for creating sustainable and lasting tourism. And the participation of territories allows for policies that are most effective and align with the real needs of people and places. And sustainability, in fact, is not imposed from above. It is built together with those who live daily in these territories. So, inland areas, often neglected by mass tourism, represent an opportunity. Here, synergies with agriculture, crafts, and local tradition can be activated, and rural tourism can help slow the population, create economic opportunities, and preserve cultural identities. It is essential that policies encourage integrated and regenerative tourism model capable of enhancing local resources without altering them. To sustainably manage a tourist destination, planning is needed, and it is not enough to protect the environment. Shared decision-making systems must be creating among public bodies, tourist business, and citizens. And each destination must be managed to reduce environmental impact and maximize social and economic benefit. And this is balance that makes a territory true resilient and sustainability in long term. So digital technologies are fundamental tools for managing tourist flows and enhancing local resources. We talk about smart tourism and intelligent tourism that use the data and platforms to offer personalized and low impact experiences. And these technologies help monitor movement, reduce overcrowding, and promote alternative routes. But it is crucial that use of digital tools is accompanied by reflection on sustainability and equitable access. So tourism can bring wealth and enhance heritage, but also cause inequalities, loss of identity, and environmental degradation. And cases like Venice or Barcelona show how mass tourism can generate gentrification and social conflict. In this, therefore, fundamental to diversity tourism models, focusing on more sustainable forms such as ecotourism, slow tourism, and cultural tourism. And these alternatives are more respectful of territories and better distribute economic benefits. So, truly inclusive tourism must be accessible, and accessibility means infrastructure suitable for everyone, but also digital tools usable by people with cognitive or sensory disabilities. In marginalized area, this is particularly challenging but also more urgent. And making destination accessible also means training local professionals and designing solutions together with the people with disabilities. So accessibility is vital for inclusive tourism, and best practice combine physical infrastructure and digital inclusivity. So there are many virtual projects in Europe. For example, Accessible Tourism in Italy made the Abruzzo National Park accessible, and Smart Accessibility for All in Ireland creates apps capable with assistive technologies. So there are many examples, such as Lisbon for All, that improved urban and digital accessibility in Portuguese capital. And all these initiatives show that inclusive tourism is possible, even in areas with limited resources. So there are some selected practices that demonstrate that accessible tourism can enrich the travel experience for all, and providing transferable models for broader application. So good practices share another common trait: the direct involvement of people with disability in decision-making processes. And participatory governance, public-private collaboration, and continuous training are central elements. Initiatives such as Madrid Inclusive and the Accessible City Project of Glasgow have made cities more livable for everyone, thanks to a systemic and shared approach. And this model can be replicated in other contexts with appropriate adaptation. So, in conclusion, sustainable and inclusive tourism is not an utopia, but a necessity. And successful projects demonstrate that accessibility, digital innovation, and respect for territories can coexist. And this challenges is to bring these best practices also to the most marginal context, building intelligent participatory policies sensitive to local specificities. And only in this way we have tourism that truly enriches places and people today and tomorrow. So thank you for your attention.
Okay. Thank you, Joanna, for the presentation. Any comments here? I would like to ask you, you gave us an overview of main pillars and requirements that you identify according to build a sustainable tourism strategy, no? Which are the next stages where you want to apply those methodological, I may say, framework?
So the next step, because it becomes a part of a project that includes some specification, such as for the digital and physical accessibility. So we want to demonstrate in some areas in Basilicata that the implementing of digital technologies can and also the inclusiveness and the sustainability of these tools can improve tourism in a sustainable way. So we want to introduce in a sustainable tourism model all these implication of tools, and we want to demonstrate that it can be a validable and replicable model in other contexts.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Joanna. Next
Thank you.
presenter is Chen Xing Li. I think I pronounced it well. And you are online, Chen. Are you there? Can you hear me?
Okay, I need to select a tab to share.
Okay. We can hear you very well. Please share the screen and proceed with your presentation.
Okay, can you see my screen?
I think yes. Now we are not showing the presentation, but we see your screen.
Sorry? Okay. So this is actually my screen. Yeah, so do you see my screen? Still no?
Yes, but yes, we see your screen. This is your screen, but the presentation, where is the presentation? Okay,
Yeah.
now we see the presentation, okay?
Yeah, okay. All right. Okay, I was so afraid. Okay, thank you very much, everyone, for waiting until this last presentation. So I'm Chen Xing Li. I'm from Sunway University in Malaysia, and my title is Simplifying the Strategic Frugal Innovation and Sustainability Formulation and Evaluation from an SDG Maslowian approach. So it is pretty much a review and also a proposed framework, not a prototyping kind of study. Okay, first of all, the problem. Okay, as we know, a lot of the SDG initiatives or goals, okay, there are actually 17 of them. So sometimes some of these goals are not achieved in some countries, and this is sometimes unavoidable because of the capability maturity model, which differs from one country to the other country. And therefore, when we look at the CMMI, which is the Capability Maturity Model Index, then we see the various reasons why some countries may be a little bit slower. So this includes the multi-stakeholder macro and as well as the microeconomic and cultural lifestyle challenges, which definitely will require a lot of coordinated will as well as effort. Another reason is because sometimes there are too many evaluation metrics, and therefore there is a great need for localization from the reference models as well as harmonization with regards to global as well as local factors. So, since, as mentioned earlier on, there are sometimes too many evaluation factors and also sometimes too many factors to consider, then definitely we need to look at what are the significant factors, and then after that we may even rank them and also try to optimize them. And I think the speakers before me, they have actually dealt with these issues in a very awesome way. So my humble presentation is, just a simple one. So as we all know, weighted criteria analysis will usually look into the values as well as the constraints, and usually it will be 50-50 in order to be more balanced. And Professor Siguran and his team have actually suggested that, actually, since there are too many evaluation, we might just as well decide whether we want to look into the informal evaluation, opportunistic, or the exhaustive evaluation. So if we are at the lower capability maturity, then maybe we will just look into informal and opportunistic and don't go into the exhaustive because we may not be able to. So another inspiration for this research was actually because of the metaverse. So Professor Ta, Rudas, and also Kozlowski, they said that actually if we are able to evaluate well, then when it comes to the metaverse, then we will be able to identify the pivots to which we can refer to. And of course, these pivots may be dynamic, and the fixed transformation points can be decided by the universal approximators. So in other words, referring back again to the reference models, which will be the universal approximators, and the instantiations, which will be differentiable. So if that is a case, it's kind of like a graph, kind of like an open pointer stack-based kind of, application. So it's a very exciting kind of realm, universe. And therefore, Professor Rudas, Pep, and also Fodor, they say that in fuzzy logic, usually there will be the conjunctive aggregation, and this means that it can form a triangle, and this particular triangle can actually refactor with other co-norms and also H-norms. So if this is the case, it means that, whatever your country has, which is its strength, it can actually refactor, or it can combine with some other co-norms which are related, and also the H-norms, which may be the inverse or unrelated kinds of businesses. So again, it creates a whole universe for the metaverse, and is very rich in terms of its possibilities. So of course, the wonderful thing is that this can be managed by upper and lower bounds, and because of the different utilities from the weighted criteria analysis, then it is pretty manageable. It's not that endless, so to speak. Okay, so with that as a background, then went into the triangulated evaluation matrix, because as everyone knows, if it is triangulated, as what you can see on the right hand side, okay, then there's a lot of mapping, and therefore we need to consider less factors. The one on the left hand side is another prior study which I did, okay, with my student, and it is on CSUQ only. Okay, this one is CSUQ, and also HE, heuristic evaluation, and also the user experience questionnaire. So again, when we do the mapping, we see that, okay, it's not that many evaluation metrics, so it's still manageable. So the models which I referred to was the PESTLE. As you can see, there are two rings on the left hand side, and also Porter's five forces. I think everyone is familiar with that, so I do not need to elaborate. And of course, the next one will be the requirements engineering framework, okay, which I guess everyone is also pretty familiar. So another one is the Kano model, which looks into the functions and also customer satisfaction. And on the right, you can see TU Delft's circular economy components or aspects which we need to look into. And also at the bottom right, okay, you can see Finland's the sustainable awareness framework. So this provides a lot of metrics, and these metrics do help, okay, because what we can focus on in terms of the centrality in design becomes more obvious, rather than we need to look at so many factors and be so overwhelmed with these factors. So the objectives are actually to map the SDGs to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, because I wanted it to be pretty, how to say, human-centered. And then after that, also to identify the baseline and the two key ground factors. And finally, to enable more effective and efficient refactoring as well as evaluation with, Professor Rudas and his team's work in mind. Okay, so the methodology, as you can see, this is a pilot. Is actually a grounded theory study, and therefore is pretty hypothetical. It's not top down, and so my framing was the UNEP's intrinsic instrumental cultural values, the balance scorecard, knowledge management, project management, and also requirements engineering. And the first sub objective was actually to map the UN SDGs to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and then compare and contrast the top 5 global SDG countries as opposed to the top 5 Southeast Asian country, because I'm from Malaysia, and Malaysia is part of the Southeast Asia. And then after that, to compare the 2024 SDG ranking with the 2024 World Happiness Report ranking. Just curious. And then from there to identify 2 key ground factors as well as a baseline. And then after that, to apply the computational thinking, Kano, and also the sustainable awareness framework in order to develop an example whereby there is localization as well as intersection of union, and finally to identify possible reference points and also pivots. So this is the result from the sub-objective 1, and that is to map the UN SDGs to Maslow's hierarchy of needs. As you can see on the left-hand side, that is the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and definitely the base will be the physiological needs, and then it goes into safety, love, and belonging, self-esteem, and finally is self-actualization. So then we also see on the right hand side over here that there is the transcendence, and this is where I did the mapping. Okay, and it's all color coded so that the mapping is clearer. And of course, the most important at this stage is still to see that way. Okay, there is decent work, okay, which is mapped to self-esteem. There's also decent work and economic growth, which is also mapped to love and belonging. And then, of course, the final one, which is the transcendence, will be mapped to self-actualization. So sub-objective 2 is to review the 2024 SDG dashboards and to develop hypotheses with regards to the baseline as well as the 2 key ground factors. So this is actually from the paper, which, I hope it will be published. Okay, so we have the World SDG ranking over here, okay, for the top 5 developed countries. And then after that, we have the Southeast Asia SDG ranking. And yeah, so you can see that a lot of the Scandinavian countries are in the top 3. And here we have, of course, Thailand, Vietnam, Singapore, and also China. So then after that, we also look at the hypothesis. Okay, so what I noticed from the analysis, there are actually more figures and tables, but what I noticed from the analysis is that when the SDG 1 drops or stagnates, then the corresponding SDGs will also drop or stagnate. And then when the SDG 8, which is the decent work and economic growth, stagnates, then it means that the country's World Happiness Report will also drop. And then when SDG 9 and also SDG 11 moderately improves, okay, then the country's World Happiness Report actually improves compared to the previous years. So if this is the case, it means that the baseline is actually SDG 8, which is decent work and economic growth, and the 2 key ground factors are actually SDG 9, which is industry, innovation, and infrastructure, and also SDG 11, which is sustainable cities and also communities. So then the next part is to look at the Southeast Asian countries. So for these Southeast Asian countries, we see that, yeah, definitely a lot of the countries are very hard working with regards to creating jobs. And for Malaysia, we have achieved SDG 1 and also SDG 11. Okay, and we are making improvements with regards to SDG 3, 6, and also 9. So we are somewhere there. Okay, then after that, I also noticed something which is pretty interesting when contrasting the SDG ranking and also the World Happiness Report ranking. So you notice that this Sweden, okay, is ranked 2 in SDG, but it is ranked 4 in the World Happiness Report, and Denmark is ranked 3, but then it is ranked 2 in the World Happiness Report. So there are some quantifiers which are slightly different, and therefore it contributes towards a different ranking. So similarly, also for the Southeast Asian countries, so we can see that in Singapore, then it is in terms of SDG ranked 65, but then in terms of the World Happiness Report, it is ranked 30. So this is, pretty much similar to the developed countries. Okay, so then after that, we come to the sub-objective 3, which is to develop an example of localization to the SDG Maslow extended hierarchy. And this is using the sustainable awareness framework with regards to its immediate, enabling, and also the structural impacts. So over here, when it comes to the immediate impact, so yeah, I suggested that maybe we should look into how to consolidate the balance scorecard, Maslow, and also the requirements engineering Scrum with regards to the strategic roadmap, Kano model, and also the sustainability of awareness framework. So this example was more towards Flash Plus because we have quite a number of Flash Plus in Malaysia, and therefore it basically just points towards improving internal processes as well as coordination. And then when it comes to the enabling impact, then I suggested it most likely, okay, we can actually redesign the garbage trucks, and then this will be able to cater to those who separate waste, because if we ask people to separate waste at home, but then we do not, have garbage trucks which, differentiate the waste, then it goes back to square one to a certain extent. Okay, so yeah, so that part is being improved. Okay, and then after that, in terms of the structural impact, then of course the most important is to learn from developed countries and also those who have performed very well in terms of the SDG and also the World Happiness Report, and also to create more avenues for feedback or ideas from the public, and also to incentivize the public in order to provide more feedback and also more ideas. Then when it comes to the intersection of union, so this is where the Maslow hierarchy and also the mapping, which was done in sub-objective 1, was utilized, and therefore this will be the intersection of union in order to identify whether all the metrics are going to be mapped with Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Okay, so then in terms of the implications, then definitely we can see that Maslow's hierarchy of needs is not meant to be a single triangle, but it is meant to be multiple triangles consisting of 3 chosen foci and also strategies. So I have chosen to look into the market basket analysis in terms of the metaverse, and also in terms of Professor Rudess and his team's studies with regards to pointer-based stacks. And then, of course, this will be contextualized within macro and micro factors such as PESTLE and also Porter's five forces. And also we have the complements in terms of the RAG, and also to refine the business models for best fit. So then the other aspect, of course, when it comes to instantiating from best models or best practices from overseas, then definitely it's important for us to look into UNEP's intrinsic, instrumental, and also cultural values. So this is where, again, the CMMI needs to come in, and the particular fuzzy logic, and also the freedom for each country to choose its own centrality in design. That really speaks volume because of the different metrics between the SDGs and also the World Happiness Report. So finally, when it comes to the localization from best practices, then the suggestion from the findings, grounded theory kind of findings, which is pretty limited, pretty small. So that's why it's a very humble study. So it has to really be prioritized. It has to allow for a lot of customization, and it also needs to be open to relevant metrics and also open feedback. So with that, I would like to acknowledge the people over here who have helped in different ways to shape the thought of this particular research. Okay. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Chin-Sing, thank you. Any comments? I am not expert in the also in the Maslow ranking that you propose. But if I have a curiosity from your point of view, if you prepare a ranking, you think that there is something that comes first and something that depends, on the previous achievement of previous objective. So there is an interaction, but there could be also a conflict between objectives. Do you admit that or not?
Yes, definitely there will be conflicts. That's why by looking at different metrics, there will always be a lot of consensus negotiation, similar to the IREB requirements engineering framework. There is the core activities part, which is elicit, and after eliciting, then need to negotiate. So it has to be very consensual, and that's why I was suggesting that maybe we need to look at a balance between the SDG metrics and also the World Happiness Report metrics, because if we can achieve a balance, won't it be good to progress and also be happy?
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Professor.
Okay, now we have the last presentation, which is in presence. Rachele, Vanessa Gatto, Balázs, okay, and Jörg Nenning.
Just one moment. Okay. Share my screen.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Today we are going to present a geospatial attractive and evaluation for tourism destination area analysis. This work was conducted by Balázs, Jörg, and me as a result of the first period of my first period in the DCS lab at the University of Hamburg, where the competence interact with each other and some vision open up. And Balázs is here with us, so it's a really pleasure for me to present. Please, can you say something if you want? Can you open up something? What we mean for attractiveness. Okay, first of all, we conducted a little literature review about the term tourism attractiveness. First of all, we recognize that three dimensions of the attractiveness. The first one is the revealed attractiveness. So it's measured through the incoming tourist flows into a geographic area. and the tourism attraction represents the main POAI. The second one is the perceived attractiveness, so refers to how individuals or groups evaluate a destination based on feelings, perception, and personal assessment. This reflects the perception of a place and to deliver individual benefits, especially of course, to tourists. Then we have the real attractiveness that encompasses all the factors such as the infrastructure, for example, the transport system or the services capacity or the region's appeal and all the image of the host area. Then, so we focus on we structure the methodology. First of all, we select a case study. Then we identify the cultural destination area through the application of CESI models that was developed with Simone and Francesco in a recent article. Then we select the data useful to construct the attractiveness DR index. Okay, well, the case study analysis is Vulture Area in Basilicata, but as Sabrina said before, is not just the Vulture area. It encompasses a piece of Apulia and a piece of Campania. Here, this is the Abbazia of Monticchiolati, and this is Melfi Castle and all the little historical town. So this area is a regional park, and there are a lot of cultural sites, including medieval castles, especially Federation castles, national museum, nature sites, and archaeological sites. So we're going deep into the cultural tourism analysis. This area is just Monticchiolati is an interesting area because there are a lot of funds that will be spent in the following years, about 20 million. And so targeting the priority areas of intervention and selecting the strategies that are useful to enhance these places is useful, and this kind of analysis could be just a little piece of to support the decision system of the stakeholder. So this is the result of the methodology, as I said before, conducted with the group of Tech for You, and so we recognize in the area 19 destination area. I know that the number are 41, but we tell but are 19 the total amount. And if you go in deep in the structure of into the data of these destination areas, we recognize the attractors and the services. The attractors are UNESCO sites, Italian village, mid-Basque cultural heritage Basilicata region, and Google Maps certain places, where are categorized by their type, activity, purpose. And this kind of categorization is the base to identify the cultural tourism in the area. Then, so we for the group of the services, we have two typology: restaurants, cafe and bars, and hotel guest and guest house and B&B. And then we select these two restaurants and accommodation because we want to assess the perceived attractiveness, and through the attributes related to these two categories, so we can collect this data. that Google APIs give you the chance to collect review and ratings of the people that that were there before. Everybody knows the stars system, and this is the structure of the database. A row. We have a rating and number of services, and the site, and which each point belongs to a destination area that is named here. So then we construct the attractiveness index. We took the number of reviews and the rating of reviews for each destination area. And we calculate the average for each destination area. And the results shows that, for example, this destination area 5 has really high numbers of review, and the ratings is 3.88. The 35 area is encompass the UNESCO site, Castel del Monte, and so this means that it's well structured. The attractiveness is works. Okay. Then we have the destination area 24 that shows that the number of review is almost the lowest, but the rating is the highest. That means that it has a potential of future development in terms of that the people were there find the area near Palazzo San Gervasi, that is a really rural inland area, quite interesting. But maybe we have to adopt some marketing strategies to boost the visibility of the area. And then we have for example, the lowest ones in absolute. That who knows Filiano? There is a castle. Okay, so that is considered really, that is considered not attractive. For the perception is not really good, even the fewer people that went there. And actually, we didn't verify this assessment in terms of from a really. We didn't, for example, involve the population, the stakeholder, to have a comparison, a real comparison between the people, the population. But for example, Francesco is from Figliano, and we went in the area many times, and as expert of the area, we can say that actually there is some point of connection with this analysis. So, and the destination with the highest rating, yes. So this approach has some limitations. So as a single data source, of course, only the ink relies only on Google Places, and then there are a lack of review of demographic data, other information that could describe better the gender, the nationality, and the structures of the tourists that provide their feedback. And there is a high risk of fake reviews because the authenticity of review is not assessed. For this reason, future analysis must be made integrated to assess with the assessment of the other two dimensions, for example, of the attractiveness I mentioned before. And there is no data on tourism flows. And we are now. Then maybe we can compare. We can add some information in the future with other data that we can collect. Policy implications. So this kind of index could be just a part of a broader framework, just to
assess a targeted territorial marketing and support the tourism network involving even the stakeholders, support the investment scenario, simulating some variation in different times, and this methodology is replicable in different contexts, and this could be good to have analysis when you can compare in the attractiveness, only the activity related to the tourism systems in different non-homogeneous areas. Thank you.
Good. Any comments, any remarks? I have some questions. The first, the rating is a variable that lets you to compare different situations even in different states. No, the rating is ranging from 1 to 5, so it's the normalized value. No, it will allow you to compare Monte with Oslo or Berlin or any. The number of reviews is something that, from my point of view, that allow you to understand better the local system. No, because a big number of reviews means that the destination area is selected by tourists, so you expect something to slow, you expect some conditions. When you think on investing, do you expect that I think that you can measure different impact if you see that the ranking right or the number of reviews. What can I say? Is the case of the first community at the top of the high ranking but few numbers of reviews. If I increase the review and that will increase the ranks, my policy is effective or not if I have invested like in Monaco and so there is also probably the need to have a time series in order to understand how those values change over time, and Google helps us in this.
Yes.
You have to retrieve the analysis any time, but what do you expect about it? This indicator could be a measure of the success of the tourism development policies.
Yes.
The target is to increase the number of reviews. The target is to increase the rating. The target, which is the target?
I think that just this index couldn't really assess the effect, the effectiveness of our strategy rely on tourism announcements. But this could be a part of a broader set of indicators and a broader view. Of course, as for example, when you see, of course, for example, the 35 destination area, number 25, is Castel del Monte, no, where there is a UNESCO site. In the area there is just only one UNESCO site, that is Castel del Monte. Of course, Castel del Monte is the most attractor, is the attractor with the highest level of attractiveness in our mind in the area, no. So even if the ranking is not the top level, the number gives you the number gives you a good suggests you that it's very popular the area, no, and maybe some action could be put. But I would apply here, for example, other analysis on customer behavior
or customer analysis, choice, preference that maybe are not displayed here, and have to study more.
Another question from a statistical point of view, do you set a minimum threshold of affidability?
Affidability? No, no, I didn't. But I said before that we select the destination area at the beginning. The elaboration that we made before was 52. Then there we made a statistic. Yes, so we select only the threshold that is significant in the analysis, and the result was just 19 destination area. So it's kind. We didn't make now because it's dependent on the analysis we made before in this test, but could be useful, of course.
Because, for example, for the case 35, the ranking is more secure than the 24.
Of course, yes. It's a good idea. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Oh, okay.
No, è finito. I'm really swearing and I'm